Hello, everyone. We're just going to be waiting for a couple more minutes for people to come in. So, hello, everyone. Welcome to the 4th annual WorldShop International FTC Conference. My name is Monica Bao, and I'm from FTC Team 12808 RevAmped Robotics, and I will be your stream moderator for today. The conference will host teams from all around the US, Australia, and Romania in segments of presentation on technical and non-technical topics. Here's the agenda for today's conference. We'll start with Team 14270 Quantum Robotics from Bucharest, Romania, presenting on outreach and event organizing. Next, we have Team 12808 RevAmped Robotics from Oregon, presenting on season success strategies. Then we have Team 7593 Tigerbots from Belmont, California, presenting on grants and scholarships. After a 30-minute break, Team 14259 Turbo V8 from San Ramon, California, will be presenting on autonomous programming, and Alman Robotics from Potomac, Maryland, presenting on rapid iterations for build processes. Last but not least, we'll conclude our conference with Team 14349 Gong Invaders from Wollongong, Australia, who will present on robust documentation. Please drop your questions in the stream chat as we have representatives from the presenting team ready to answer your questions. If we don't get through all of the questions in time, you'll find the team's contact information displayed at the end of their presentation. Feel free to reach out to them. Finally, I'd like to give a special thanks to Fun FTC for hosting us on their platform and out to them to stream and promote our conference. I hope everyone is excited to hear and learn from our fellow FTC teams. Now let's get started with the first presentation from the Designers. From Quantum Robotics, sorry.
Hi, my name is Daria and I am PR and Marketing Lead from Team 14270 Quantum Robotics from Bucharest, Romania. And today I want to share with you some of my personal and team experience on planning and organizing events, as well as sharing some tips and tricks that enhance efficiency and performance. To talk a little bit about who we are, Quantum Robotics was established in 2017, and this is our 6th season in First Tech Challenge competitions. We always try to seek and promote the core values of FIRST, as well as through our event planning program to promote STEM and FIRST and give back to the community as well. So firstly, I'm gonna go through the event planning timeline, all the steps that we take when organizing an event from the start of the season and till the end, till the day of the event and even after. So first we start with a brainstorming session. Each member comes up with event ideas for that specific season. It's really important, this session, as many ideas come in, and after analyzing everything and our goals for that season, we choose the events that best describe our goals and help us achieve them. After this brainstorming session, as I said, we choose a few events which are the most significant and that we want to 100% organize them in that season. So after that, we assign each of these events to one member of the team, usually from the PR and marketing department. So this member will be in charge of that event. But even if it's one person in charge, the whole team will work on that event. It's just that this person is actually making sure that the tasks are and deadlines are met, and that everything is ready on time. This coordinator, as I would say, it's actually responsible for making sure that every task is done and in time and everything is ready for the event, while assigning these tasks to specific members in the team, so that everyone works efficiently. This coordinator, which is a PR and marketing member, acts like a team leader, like actually a project leader on that specific event, to make sure everything will run smoothly. So a very important step afterwards is defining and setting clear and specific periods and dates for each and every event. So each event will have a week or a month in which it should be done. So we think about the period it takes to organize that event, and everything that has to be done we think roughly, and then set a period in which we need to start working on that event and actually finalize it. And it's usually beneficial to also set early the date of the event, the actual date, or if that is not possible, it's also very useful to set a week or a month in which you want that event to take place. It is really, really important to set these periods and deadlines in order to avoid procrastination. So when we think of an event, we actually, as I said, think of the period it takes to actually organize everything and have everything up to date and in time for that event. So setting deadlines is really, really important, because if you don't do that, you will end up reaching 1 week before the event because you procrastinated, you didn't realize when you need to start working on that event. And if you reach that short time, you won't be able to actually organize the full event. When you set a period, you know that 2 months prior to that event you need to start working on multiple things, and then everything will be done in time and ready for the event. We also implemented weekly meetings in which we discuss both technical and non-technical aspects within the team. These weekly meetings are so beneficial and important to us, because we discuss everything that has been done until the meeting. It's usually based on the previous week. And also we discuss the tasks that need to be done in the future short-term period, as in the next 1 or 2 weeks. So at this meeting, we describe all the tasks that need to be done in the next week, and also assign specific members to do those tasks, and always check up on those members to see that if the tasks are done in time, and if everything is going smoothly and the organizing of the event is progressing nicely. So after we've done all this planning and we set the periods, we are actually start the organizing process. We start purchasing different materials we need, printing, graphics, do a schedule. We start promoting the event, and also start the registration process for the other teams. and this will happen 1 to 2 months prior. This is actually the period I was talking about earlier. So it's a date that we set when everything will start moving towards organizing and running the event, and we will start doing the tasks for that event and start doing everything that needs to be done, and also organizing the tasks in priority, by priority. So do the high priority tasks first, and then the medium priority and low priority. So this can be a very beneficial tip as well, to organize your tasks based on priority. And on the day of the event, if it's not a remote event, it's really important to organize your staff, your volunteers, all the members which are who are working on that event. So it's really important for the event coordinator to give specific tasks and roles, clear instructions to the other members, while making sure they do them, so that everything will be done in time, and everything will be set for the event to start. Now I'm gonna share with you some tips and tricks in organizing events, going more in depth, and giving you some specific information. So, when thinking of an event, developing an event idea, you need to have a specific and clear goal in your mind. So you need to know exactly why you do that event, what you want in return, so that the effort that you put in also comes back as a reward. For example, here it may be, for example, you want to organize this event to win a Judge the Word, or you want to organize this event to help needy children. So there can be many goals, but you need to know exactly why you're organizing an event, and so this will help you develop your idea more, and also always stick to your core goal, and then develop afterwards, so you don't lose the initial point where you started. So you keep a straight line, and don't mix things up, or take another path which will actually get you further from the path you set it, or the goal you set it. What I've noticed is that we, as first tech challenge teams, we usually organize events in order to be nominated or win specific Judge Awards. So when organizing events, it's important not just organizing them, but organizing them and creating them, thinking them around award criteria. And this is something which I've noticed is really important, because when you want to go through towards a specific award like Connect or Motivate, you need to know those requirements by heart. You need to know everything, and based on those requirements, you have to develop your event ideas, because that will get you that award. So what you can do is you take those criteria, and you can think of them as your core, the core of your event. So if after planning your event, you read those criteria and think, okay, this is exactly what my event um, wants to express, that's perfect. So you will have the criteria as a core, the core of your event, and on those criteria, you build and develop and bring more ideas around it to make your own unique and your unique event, which will actually express your team's goals and your team's brand. So the best thing you can do is take those criteria and then develop them, because those are just it's like a sketch. It's just a guideline, and from that you can use your imagination and build whatever event you want around it. So that will be perfect for us FTC teams to bring our own ideas and imagination in event organizing, while also keeping those award requirements as a core and delivering back exactly what needs to be delivered, also in order for us to win those awards. Here, very important is to not mix award criteria into a single event. So, for example, you want to also be nominated for Connect and Motivate awards, because maybe you want to achieve a higher ranked award or something like that. So you want also Motivate and Connect. But it's really important to not mix the award criteria and make a single event, because even if they seem similar, they are very different. They seek completely different things, and mixing them up will only give an unfinished look to the event. Like it won't be something clear and specific. It will be something that may come as not understood. So if you want to do this, you want also to focus on Connect Awards, but also on Motivate, it's best to have one event on Connect and Connect only, and one event on Motivate. So like this, you reach both event criterias, and you have two clear things separate from each other, and everything will also be clear for the judges and the other participants or whoever is needs to be at that event. So here I would, for rookie teams or more inexperienced teams, I would recommend that you focus on only one award. So maybe you don't have the possibility to host more events or do more outreach programs. The best is not try to mix and do a little of them all, but stick to one, because if you choose one award from all those awards listed by first, you can focus on that and be the best at that award, and also be sure you are nominated or you win it, because you worked all the season on that for that specific award, and you may have put more work in than other teams who try to do a little from all awards, and that might give you an advantage. So if you can't organize many events really, really well, you should stick to only one award criteria and develop as much as you can around it and focus on that award in order to be sure you are nominated or win it, rather than trying to do multiple events, but not focusing on the right and clear things, and ending up just wasting your time because you weren't specific enough. And if you are a more advanced team, you have more experience in organizing events, you want to organize more events this season, I advise you to do events for Connect Award and other events for Motivate, so to have separate events for each award. And then in your documented work, in your notebook, your engineering portfolio, to clearly specify the goal of that event and on which award you focused on from the beginning to the end, to show that you had a specific goal and you stick to it, and you met all the requirements that they asked for. You can very well emphasize directly. So you can say events for Connect, or anything that is directly specifying that you organize that event to win Connect Award or Motivate Award. Or you can do it in a more subtle way. You can paraphrase the criteria they gave you, or come up with your own title ideas, or words, keywords to introduce in your event description, in order to show that the event was meant to bring you Motivate Award or Connect Award. As we mentioned, now it's really important to bring new ideas each season, and have many new and innovative events, but it's sometimes hard to come up with ideas constantly. So sometimes what you can do is draw inspiration from other teams, and especially for teams who have experience in organizing events, or teams who show the results, winning many awards, and at very prestigious competitions like the World Champion. Follow them, follow their process of organizing events, what events they organize, and draw inspiration from those teams. But be very careful to not copy them, and not make identical events, because what other people seek in general, and not only judges or other teams, but people in general, they seek innovation, they seek something new, a factor which will draw their attention. So you want to bring something innovative, you want to bring something creative, something of your own, something that will describe your own team brand and team image. So when thinking of an event which you organize, there should be some specific things that make the event yours, and only yours. So you should have this kind of creative aspect to your event, and that will make other people think that this is your event, and your event only. You made it, you came up with it, and it's yours. So you can draw inspiration from other teams, but always bring your own footprint to your events, and bring something new. Another really great thing which we emphasize on is bringing to a smaller region or community something new. So organizing in your area the first event of that kind, or something new to first as well. So anything that is new, that is innovative, that is creative, will be well received by the others and well appreciated, not only by the community but also the judges. Another beneficial thing when you want to organize multiple events a season is having annual or signature events. So keeping the events you previously organized throughout the seasons, and also bringing new ideas and new events each season. So, for example, you had an event which ran really, really smoothly. It was really appreciated by the community, and everyone was excited about it. This is also a plus if the event was innovative and new. You can keep that event and organize it for next season as well, and more years to come in the future, because not only it will give you more events each season, because keeping the events you organized before and adding new events and new event ideas will give you more content and more events to use in your documented writing, like the notebook or the portfolio, but will also help you to constantly organize events and have more ideas. You can also have signature events, some of these annual events, if they are something that was really innovative and was something you brought new to your community, to your area. If you organize it each and every year, it can become a signature event for your team. It can help you improve your branding, and many more benefits come from this type of approach when organizing events. When organizing this type of events, it's also beneficial because other teams will know more about you. So the participants which participated at the event in the first edition, if they liked it, if they were enthusiastic about it, they will come for the next they will come in the next year as well and participate. They will also help bring other teams to your event, and each year if you post of that event, more and more people will know about it, and it will become a signature event for your team. Everyone will know that in that specific period or in that month your event will take place, and they know about it. If they liked it the first time, the second time, they will continue to come to that event. So you won't have to worry about not having enough registered teams to your event, or also in organizing aspects, you will have all the experience from before. You will you will know many more things about that event, and it will get easier and easier to organize each year. And with this, I want to say that it's really important, if you organize an annual event, an event which will take place each and every season, you want to make sure you bring something new to each edition. So you always want to improve the previous edition, find what didn't work, what worked, improve it, make something better. Because again, it's really important to bring something new each year to stimulate the participants, also the judges. If they see each year the same event in your notebook, they won't be so satisfied as if you present the same event but with the improvements that you brought. So this will be really helpful, and again, very important to bring something new each year. For organizing events, we also use different apps like Trello, Slack, and Airtable. Trello is really useful for organizing tasks. You have boards, you can have you can assign members, put deadlines, and you also get the satisfaction when finishing a task. So each meeting, when we have that weekly meeting, we put tasks on Trello, assign members to them, assign deadlines, and then we can keep track if the deadlines were met, if the tasks were done. Also, we use Slack for communication. It's easy to organize through channels and departments, and each member can join the channels which are of interest for him or her, and also Airtable for organizing documents and keeping an inventory of our laboratory. These are the tips and tricks I wanted to share with you. I hope they were helpful, and you can also check our social media, and you can always email us or text us if you have more questions. We would be happy to help you, and also check our social media to see the events we organize and keep track of our activity. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all took away some useful tips and enjoyed that presentation on outreach and event organizing from Quantum Robotics. Our next topic is Season Success Strategies by RevAmped Robotics from Portland, Oregon, and we'll have a slight break until 1:45 when the presentation will start. Welcome back, everyone, to our WorldShop presentations. Our next presentation will be Season Success Strategies from Team 12808 RevAmped Robotics from Portland, Oregon. And without further ado, I'll hand it over to them. Hello, teams. Welcome to our Season Success Strategies presentation for WorldShop, February 18th, 2023. Okay, so a little about who are we. So we're RevAmped Robotics. If you couldn't tell by the exquisite branding on our slides, right? This is our 6th year, right? And we've been pretty experienced in FIRST through all of these years of Relic Recovery, Rotary Ruckus, Skystone, Ultimate Goal, and Freight Frenzy. So we're really excited to share some stuff that we've learned along the way. So,
Hey, I'm Theo. This is my 5th year doing FTC. I am co-captain of RevAmped Robotics, and I'm also a mechanical lead, and I'm a junior at a Jesuit high school.
So I'm Monica. This is my 4th year in FTC, and I'm also co-captain of RevAmped Robotics and the outreach lead, and I'm a sophomore at base. So we have a couple things for our agenda right now. So we'll just go through the bullet points of team dynamics, yearly timeline, engineering portfolio tips, judging tips, some off-season preparation, design testing, and 4 lessons learned. So here's some more about team dynamics. So our first kind of dynamic is communication. So good communication within the team allows for fast retrieval of information, and we use various platforms for this. Right now, our team uses Slack and also Discord. Slack is with parents and mentors, and Discord is kind of like team-to-team, peer-to-peer contact. But I know some people use Microsoft Teams and WhatsApp groups. It should efficiently inform everyone in the team, and by doing that, it promotes productivity, right? So it cuts down a lot of the time used asking where's this file? Increasing the productivity, right? And it also makes the team more comfortable to communicate needs to each other. I know a lot of rookies in their first year are kind of nervous to kind of speak out. And good communication really drastically reduces that and gets the rookies off to a running start at the start of the season. It's also great for engineering portfolio because everything is archived. Usually when you upload documents to Discord or Slack, there's always timestamps and date stamps. So here's an example of our kind of communication channels right now. The a very left side is our Slack channels, and this is an example of my Slack channels where I have some private groups, I have some public groups. They're all split off into sections and kind of topics, so I know directly where to go. And it also provides like kind of less flooding of information, right? Maybe you have this amazing outreach opportunity, right? But oh my gosh, all of a sudden there's an urgent mechanical thing that needs to be fixed. By posting in the outreach and building channels, you won't have those messages overlap, and all kind of agenda points will be brought up. On the right side, the two kind of columns I have are Discord. So as you can see, we have some general channels, some specialized channels, some topics about channels, and it's a little more casual, as you can see, which is also, we found out works best for student and student to peer-to-peer communication. So another team dynamic is organization. Good organization promotes confidence in navigating spaces. So it's beneficial in rookie members building confidence with being independent. This is another thing about rookie members. Everyone's a little shy their first year, right? I remember I was so shy, and having like a place where you put all the screws, right? Having a place where you upload all the images kind of really helps in that, because there's like set rules a rookie can kind of understand. And communication factors into organization with that point, right? Workshops and community spaces are optimized for work. And this is a thing where our workshop is very open, and there's not a lot of like closed off spaces. So everyone's kind of communal. If you're working on like making a flyer on one side of the workshop, you can easily ask someone else on the other side of the workshop if you need like any pictures or have any questions, right? So team members are able to collaborate really efficiently, and tasks are able to be distributed really efficiently as well. Engineering portfolio is easier to digest information from. So this is kind of on the engineer portfolio side. It's less confusion for judges, makes them absorb the information more. Like sometimes like simplicity is just better. And that's especially because like the judges are flipping through your engineering notebook. They need to see organized information fast, and they need to be able to like see all of your information laid out for them. Another team dynamic is team roles. So our team, we have experienced member act as leads. So as an example, captains, program lead, he's not here right now. EP lead, she's also not here right now. And build lead, whoa,
that's me.
He's here right now. Having slightly older peer role models can really boost morale. So I'm saying like my first year, as another example, right, I was like, okay, who are these people? What's robotics, right? But having kind of people I can look up to and kind of lead me along the way, especially like those that are peers, really encouraged me. And now, like, look at me, I'm co-captain. And members work alongside leads. This is pretty important. Instead of leads just delegating work and then not caring, right? So we assign roles based on what the team member wants. Not only is it like our team members more skilled in what they do, but also has like that internal motivation to continue doing whatever their role is, right? Because they know that they themselves are motivated by doing this. Like, let's say I love programming. I want to program all day, every day, right? If you put them in engineering notebook like subcategories, like, okay, why am I here? And also, team members are fluid, right? It's a lot of flexibility with like throughout the season for team roles. So team members are able to have multiple roles at once and pick up and put down roles throughout the year. For example, during the start of the season, programs won't be able to fully program the robot. because it's not fully built yet. So we usually have a lot more build people at the beginning of the season rather at the end. Here's a kind of year timeline overlook. So this kind of chart is a little old, but a lot of it still applies, right? We start with kickoff, we have a couple weeks, and then we have our league matches. So usually, back then it was 2 weeks, but now it's more like 5-ish, 4-ish weeks between leagues, and we continuously iterate and build on our robot between league meets, as well as kind of get some outreach in. After League 3, that's usually the kind of closing of the leagues, and it kind of, the stakes get higher, right? We have league championships, and that's where we really that's where we have our first judging, right? So we pick up judging before league championships, and where our scores really do matter the most, because the leagues is like the top 5-ish scores, top 10-ish scores get counted in. League champs is like every single score has to be factored into your team ranking. Then we move on to state championships. There used to be super qualifiers, but not anymore, for our region at least. State championships is where you really train, you kind of make any big changes before state championships, right? Because at least you have a testing field for when you get to world championships. World championships, if you're lucky, it's an amazing experience, actually. It's a week full of it's hard work, but it's so fun and so rewarding. So here's some tips on engineering portfolio. So what is engineering portfolio? So it's a documentation of your team throughout the year, and there's 2 main things that you really have to make sure you get in there, okay? What have you done, and what are you proudest of? They're not like the same thing, so it's really important to address both bullet points. Some other notes is that you should usually have section off topics, outreach, mechanical, with smaller entries inside of them, right? So maybe mechanical, and then here's one part that we here's our first iteration with a claw. Second iteration, third iteration, right? We need pictures and words, right? Our engineer portfolio, it's like half of it is just pictures, right? And it's very, very important for judged awards. I think it's required for every single award. It gives the judges another opportunity to learn about your team. Maybe, let's say, okay, I didn't have the best judging session, right? Maybe I missed my script. I messed up on a couple questions. This is your second chance to redeem yourself, and it's completely within your control what you hand in to the judges, right? And it's really another piece of evidence for learning and team development. Also, engineering notebook, that was a thing in the past. I think it's still an option to keep around this year. Right now, we only have engineering notebook for our outreaches, so we can more easily kind of remember details. But engineering notebook no longer is required. So getting started on your engineering portfolio, you want to have the whole team involved, right? So we have an engineering portfolio lead who just kind of manages documents, but we try to get every team member to at least write one entry, right? Not only does it promote self-reflection in the team members, but also it's a good kind of introduction if they're writing about maybe some mechanical part that they helped iterate on. It kind of solidifies their understanding on this as well. So it's beneficial to learning about the robot and the team. So there's a couple programs to write the EN in. G Suite, Microsoft Office, Google Docs, and Handwritten. We use a combination of Google Docs for our team members to write up their personal entries, and then we compile it all in Microsoft Office. And here's some formatting like examples. This is just an example that I found out online. Thank you, teams. Batteries not included. Batteries included.
Batteries not included.
Oh, okay. Team 10219. I found your EP cover off Google. I graciously am very thankful for that. So there's some key content to include, right? So there's some team information, right? Team pictures, who are we? Engineering and mechanical growth. And this is super important because sure, you might have the best claw in the world, but who cares? Like maybe it's just like mentor built, right? Who knows? So where you kind of outline your path and journey to get that product is where it really is important. Outreach impact, right? You can talk about what you did, but the impact is arguably like equally as important. And team sustainability and business practices. It's recommended. I know not all EPs have this, but it's recommended if you want to show judges like, your sustainability and contingency plans. Some additional touches are CAD and brainstorming sketches. Once again, in the mechanical section, it's really nice to steer progress through these kind of examples, and science and math calculations and equations. Aesthetics are important, right? It makes the information way easier to find and read, right? Would you rather read a huge text block or kind of like a nicely sectioned out, kind of professional looking portfolio, right? Consistent formatting makes it look cohesive. As you can see, for example, consistent formatting as in this presentation, right? We have that V going on in the background. We have the XO2 font, and it kind of just makes it look more together and more put together. And pictures are so important. Once again, like half our So here's some goals for judging. You want to make the judges familiar with your robot and team, right? Highlight your team's strongest and most unique aspects. Once again, these two are not the same thing. But they have a lot of overlap, but it's important to make sure that you hit both of them. And you have to also intrigue the judges into the EP. Our judging session is only 15 minutes in our region, right? And it seems like a lot, right? If you wait for 15 minutes, it does seem like a lot, but time really flies by in the judging room. So some judging tips and tricks is that questions usually point in a certain direction, right? So you should become familiar with what questions point towards what awards, right? If they're asking about, how did you impact your local community? You don't jump in and start talking about like, actually, we built a claw and this is so helpful for our gameplay, right? You want to kind of tailor your answer towards the award that you kind of are hinting towards, right? So you gotta go in with a goal in mind. So you're trying to sell your team, right? So be really concise with your answers. Once again, you don't have that much time, and you really want to avoid rambling on and on, because once you start rambling, it's hard to stop. You want to continuously improve and talk through your scripts. Right now we have like 3-ish, 4-ish judging meetings per week. And we really kick it up once our state championships are coming up. A shorter presentation is a longer Q&A. That's just something to keep in mind of. So another thing is that ensure everyone has a speaking part. It allows for a subconscious realization of a subject change when like someone different steps up to the plate and starts talking. And also inclusion is key.
All right, so next we'll be going into some off-season preparation tips. So first of all, there are several aspects you should be doing in the off-season, and one of these is for the mechanical aspect of FTC. So during the off-season, it's important to train and prepare new rookies for the oncoming season. So some examples of this include design practice, CAD training, workshop orientation, weekly design discussions, and present meta designs. Going on the last one, present meta designs. What we did over the summer before last year is we had quite a group of rookies coming in. So we had them go out and look for high scoring teams from previous seasons, such as Skystone and Freight Frenzy, and we had them come back with a presentation. Which design worked the best and why? They were able to look at good designs for intaking, drivetrains, and deposition systems, and this really helped them hit the ground running when the season started. And as for outreach, you want to use the off season to outreach to companies and the community. As the off season runs from about April to September, this does give you a pretty big chunk of time where you can you can look for outreaches. And so here's some guiding questions that you can look to find outreaches with. So you can ask yourselves, how do you spread first to your community? And then what can you learn from the community? And can you use the season theme? One example we did last year was for the season Freight Frenzy is we visited XPO Logistics, which is a Fortune 500 shipping company, and we were actually able to have them ship our robot and other components of our season 2 worlds. And how can you apply what you learn from the outreach to your own team? As for the engineering portfolio, you want to use the off season to ensure that all members know how to write EP entries. And you want to get them familiar with some of these tips. So you want some people to take pictures of each meeting and outreaches, which allows you to sort of reference and put these images in the EP, which Monica talked about as being highly important. You also want to record these off-season meetings, not necessarily record with a camera, but rather record what's going on in the meeting so you can reference it later. This is highly crucial, you want to track all of your outreaches over the summer. Outreaches are a highly important part of FTC, and we can't stress enough how much it is to have every outreach documented. And you also want to ensure that entries are finalized within 2 weeks. If you wait longer than 2 weeks, you will start to forget some of the things that happened during, say, the meeting or the outreach, and this is obviously detrimental for the EP. Next, we'll be going over some design testing, more on the mechanical side. So one thing we found was that it's really effective to use test beds as a useful way of ensuring that prototypes work. And what test beds can also do is they allow for an easy changing of height and layout, and they ensure validity of designs before you mount it on the actual robot. And they're very simple to build. All you have to do is throw a couple of channels together in the rough shape of a robot, and then you have the ability to see whether your design works or not. Another tip is that you want to, during brainstorming sessions, you want to ensure that all designs are taken in consideration, and you can use techniques such as SWOT analysis, which is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, as well as weighted metrics and a little bit of cardboard prototyping, to really see which design is better than which one, and see if you can find a combination of designs from each team member that you can incorporate into your final design. Some important practices when it comes to design testing. Throughout the season, it's important to maintain good practices such as tester programs. Tester programs are basically a sort of small program you can run to ensure all components of your robot work, including servos, motors, some sensors if you have them. It's also important to maintain your robot constantly. Over time, your robot does wear no matter how well it's built, so it's important to make sure your robot breaks before a competition rather than during it. And you want to ensure that all team members have a general understanding about how all parts of the robot work. And this is just a good general tip both for pit judging and for actual judging. And you also want to maintain safe robot and equipment handling practices, such as safety glasses, safety gloves, and things like that. And before competitions, you also want to ensure that first of all, obviously, that the robot is properly functioning and the drivers are well rested. You don't want your drivers going into, say, the stake competition where you might get eliminated on 2 hours of sleep. You want to make sure that necessary equipment such as servo testers are packed. Servo testers are basically an external tool that you're able to connect an external battery pack to and the servo wire, and all it does is it shows you if the servo is moving or not. And you also want to go through the pre-competition inspection, both for robot and for field, and you want to make sure that your robot passes because it'd be really embarrassing for you to show up to a competition and then have your robot fail inspection. And lastly, you want to make sure your phones or your driver stations and your batteries are all fully charged. And lastly, we'll be going into some of the grand lessons that we've learned throughout the 6 years of RevAmped Robotics. So the first lesson is to definitely learn from others, right? You want to look at other teams, you want to look at their game matches and their robot reveals, and what you want to look out for is some common designs and designs with high potential and high scoring. One of the rules, remember, in FTC is that there's no rule against copying, right? If you decide to take inspiration from another design, that just shows the design has merit. And here on the right-hand side, we have on the top a robot reveal from our RevAmped Robotics in Skystone year. And on the bottom, we have the world record match last year in Freight Frenzy. And so it's important to be able to use sort of these videos and then see which design is sort of meta or which design scores the best. And lesson number 2, as we already sort of touched on, is to make sure your team is highly organized, right? At the beginning of the season, we recommend breaking up into small subgroups. And you have two sort of main ways you can break up into subgroups. You have subgroups by objective and subgroups by specialization. So on the images on the right, you can see on the top left-hand image, we have the roles of lead, drive team, programmer, EN, and scouter. So this is a subgroups by specialization. We've essentially, halfway through the season, we've broken up the team into sort of different roles, such as the drive team, programmers, people who are EN, and people who scout. And this allows us to effectively manage the team better. And on the bottom, you have 3 teams that we did at the beginning of the season to sort of prototype preliminary designs and see which design really has some merit at the beginning of the season. Also, it's important to have good communication, as we've mentioned earlier, through Discord and Slack, as you can see through the images. And sort of going on the old adage, there are too many chefs in the kitchen. The less people in the workshop, usually the higher the productivity. But it's also important to find a good balance between the space in your workshop and the people in the workshop, right? You can't have 1 million people crowding a small workshop, but if you have one person in a large workshop, then you're not reaching the highest potential as you are. And the third lesson we'd like to impart is design management. So a normal FTC robot should have a drivetrain, an intake, a deposition system, and some sort of endgame system. And these 4 guide rails are simple but effective. And you also want to make sure that your designs for these 4 systems are also simple and effective. The more complicated design is, the harder it is to sort of program and build and maintain. You can use CAD to experiment with designs like the lower left-hand image, and you can you have brainstorming sessions to generate ideas. And just a good thing to remember is that the simpler the design, the easier it is on drivers. So last year we had a fairly complex deposition system. We had a set of linear slides, and then we had a 2-bar as well as an elbow and a cup. So this was, as the ARM driver last year, this was extremely hard on me to manage all of the buttons I had to press. In fact, my controller was actually full by the time we went to Worlds. And the last season is obviously to reflect on the season. Throughout the season, you want to have weekly meetings to check in. This is especially important during the beginning of the season when your team is mostly broken up into subgroups. It's important to have this sort of weekly team meeting where everybody gets together and then everybody's able to, show and tell what they've done in the week and sort of check in on the progress. And what we've also done is we've had meetings after competitions to sort of discuss. We call these postmortems, and it's where the whole team gets together and each member and parents and mentors go around the room and then they talk about what we'll have the rosebud thorn, which is one good thing that we went well during the competition, one thing that didn't go so well, and then the bud is what we can improve on. We also recommend having an end of season party. It's a great bonding experience, and it sort of gets the rookies who are just coming into the team in touch with those who are leaving the team, who are graduating. And we also recommend regular team bonding experiences, such as, just trips to boba shops and other sort of eats out, and then after outreaches, things like that. And so just remember that a happy team is a team that will work hard.
Yeah, so if you have any questions, feel free to let us know. We have our revamped email, Instagram, website, and we'll get back to you really soon. Okay, and that was the end of our season success strategies presentation by Revamped Robotics. The next presentation will be at 2:30 p.m. EST about grants and scholarships from Team 7593 Tigerbots, and hold on tight. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our WorldShop conference. Our next topic will be grants and sponsorships by Team 7593 Tigerbots. And without further ado, I'll hand it over to them.
Hello, we are the Tigerbots FTC Team 7593. We are an all-girls team from Notre Dame High School in Belmont, California. We were founded in 2013 by two sophomores who saw the need for a place where girls at our school could explore STEAM, and our rookie season was block party in 2013 to 2014, and this is our 9th season. We focus on giving students the opportunity to explore engineering and develop leadership skills. Tigerbots is entirely student-led, built, designed, and programmed. While NDB provides the team with a coach and a workspace, we are entirely self-funded in order to teach us important financing and budgeting skills. Self-funding, the fight for financial survival.
All right, so you may be wondering at this point, why would anyone ever choose to be financially independent and completely self-fund their team? Well, I would say that it's because this experience can teach you so many valuable life skills. For example, writing emails to large companies about partnerships, even just writing emails in general. This kind of forces you to learn professionalism in communication, which is very important to carry with you throughout life. You can even use it in high school with your teachers. So, yes, it does teach you professionalism. Besides that, we'll talk more about this soon, but you'll also learn how to submit applications and word your responses to their questions in a way that will convince them to give you money. You'll also learn just like how to use a application portal and all that. Besides that, maybe business jargon, you'll come into contact with that too. Actually, one of our applications was for a grant which required us to write an equity plan, and our team coach did not know what that was. Obviously, none of us students knew what that was. We asked a government teacher at our high school what it was. He didn't know what it was either. Google wasn't being helpful either. So we students had to figure it out ourselves. We learned that an equity plan is basically a plan that shows the company you're applying for a grant to that your team is diverse and you treat everyone with equity. That's literally all it was. And we learned what that was all by ourselves. And besides that, tax deductibles. I get to throw that in conversations now. So it's just fun little things like that that you learn through being financially independent. And of course, budgeting is a really big one. You learn the optimal allocation of funds towards different categories like buying maybe team snacks for bonding events or lunches during competitions, parts for the robot, your game field, all that stuff. And of course, you just learn general money related life skills. That's very important for adulthood. So, this is how our time together is going to go. Firstly, we will talk about self funding, which is basically just your team being financially independent from your high school or middle school or whatever you're doing. And so, the different ways that you can acquire that money in order to sustain whatever needs you have, maybe buying robot parts or a game field, anything like that. Two ways you can go about doing that are by applying to sponsorships and grants, both excellent ways of acquiring money. These can be from both large businesses and small businesses. You'll find different benefits from each of those. So, we'll just go over how you can go about acquiring those and different the differences between them, similarities between them, all of that. And then we'll talk about budgeting. Now that you have money to use, how are you going to use it? How are you going to divide up the money that you have into the different needs of your team? And then we'll wrap it up with a quick summary so that you don't forget anything. And we'll give you some advice on writing and professionalism and budgeting.
This is how self funding really works. The team assumes complete financial responsibility for itself. Self funded implies that the team has complete financial responsibility for the funding. Find a strategy to raise money besides school funding. You must find a strategy to raise money if your team opts for or is a self funded team. Grants, sponsorships, or even team fees are great options for self funding. It forces you to learn budgeting skills, even with limited financial resources. With self funding, there comes the fact that you have to set a certain budget and not go over it due to the fact that there really isn't a lot of wiggle room. Here are just a few things you can do to help yourselves if you are a self funded team. By managing, as a team, you can create an account, you keep all your funding that you receive. It can either be from the grants and sponsorships you receive, the team fee if your team chooses to have one. Also, to be able to manage all the funding that you receive, you should have someone that is on your team to manage the money. With managing the money, it comes with a responsibility. If there isn't a person that is interested in building the robot or programming, give them the option to manage the funding you receive. These are just a few ways to help you come up with ways to be funded. You can look for sponsors that might work with technology or science. For example, Genentech, Bishop Carver, Subaru, Volkswagen. Look for grants that focus on helping robotics teams. For example, Intuitive Foundation, PG&E grant. And also, you can create a team fee. Each person on your team has to pay a certain contractual amount if you set a team fee. Each season we write grant requests to companies to fund the team. Our sponsors are a mix of local businesses and larger companies. Working with local small businesses is an especially rewarding opportunity because we are able to establish a more personal connection with them. We can market their company and they can give us the funding we need. Ways we have been self-funded. Our past sponsors have been Bishop Carver and Genentech. Those are just to name a few. We, as a team, have a team fee where each person on our team pays a fee of $100. The team fee helps cover the shirts, the snacks, the registration, and the supplies.
So, one way to acquire funding for your team is through sponsorships. Sponsorships usually involve a company supporting a team either financially or by providing the team goods and services. So, for a robotics team, that would be parts for your robot or maybe the game field, things like that. Businesses usually support nonprofit groups, maybe charities, but they do also do robotics teams on occasion. So, these are good ways to get some money for your team. And in exchange for financial donations, we usually promote the company through visual advertising. So that That could be putting their stickers or logos on the robot itself, so when it's moving around the field during competition, all the other teams can see who is supporting you. Or you can also do that on your team hoodies and t-shirts. That's very, very common to see teams have all their supporters' logos on the back. So one of the best ways to find a sponsorship is to go on their website. Most companies usually have a charity or philanthropy page, and they'll list their sponsorship opportunities. Or if that doesn't work, if you don't find the page, then another thing you could do is just type in the name of a tech company or whatever and go like, for example, Johnson and Johnson sponsorship, and something will usually come up there. But of course, sometimes the website doesn't just that easily come up. So another thing you could do is go ahead and take initiative and send them an email. Businesses really do appreciate when high schoolers try to do that kind of thing and try to take initiative and talk to them about what your team is about. So make sure you give them a little brief introduction of your team so they know who they're actually talking to. It's always a good idea to include some of your best qualities. So, for example, the Tigerbots, one of the things we pride ourselves on is our diversity. So, we like to talk about that often because companies do also like to hear about things like that. It makes them look good when they're talking about themselves and who they're supporting. You could maybe tell them how well you're doing in competitions and how their financial support would help you do even better in the future, whatever you want to do like that. You could also talk about what you've been doing with community outreach, because they'd be a lot more likely to want to support you if they hear how you're making an impact in your community. Another thing they really appreciate is if you did some research on the company's values prior to sending that email. They usually also have that listed on their website. You can find a little About Us page and they'll tell you everything that they support. So, if you can find a way to relate those values to your team's goals and you put that in the email and talk to them about why this partnership would be a really good fit, then they would very, very much appreciate that and they'd be a lot more inclined to want to support you. So, another thing to keep in mind is when you're writing this email, you are writing an email to a big company. They receive a lot of emails throughout the day. All of them know how to be very professional. So, if you want them to take you seriously, remember your proper email etiquette. That'll always go such a long way. So, all of this considered, prove to them why you're worth their money because they get so many of these proposals and requests every year and they only have so much money to give out for charity. So, make sure that you are one of those opportunities for them to give money and you'll get it. So, if they respond back and you get a yes, congratulations, you have money now. So, what you can do now is make sure, first of all, you send them a thank you note or an email. Don't let them say, hey, we're going to give you money, and then you ignore them for 3 months and you don't respond to whatever they say. So, what we usually like to do is write a handwritten little note with our team logo on it, and we give them some examples of how we're going to use their money in the future. Like, hey, thank you so much for sponsoring our team. Your money will be used to help us in community outreach events or to purchase parts for our robot. Just little things like that. And then we also like to gift wrap something and we include our stickers, like our decals with our team logo or First Team for Earth, First Like a Girl logos too. So after you've made sure they know they're appreciated, then you can move on to the equally important part, making sure that you actually get the money. Usually when they respond, they'll give you like a link or something, or they'll give you instructions for how to make sure that the money is transferred into your bank account. So make sure that that's taken care of too, otherwise you won't get your money, you'll just have received a nice happy email. And then after that, throughout the season, you can also make sure that you're providing updates on your team's progress because they love to know that their donations are actually going towards something useful. So, some examples of that, you can show them additions that you've made to your robot, like new parts that you were able to buy using the money that you were given. Maybe you can show them what rankings you've gotten during competitions using the parts that you've purchased with their money, things like that. Maybe you can show them a photo or a video of the robot in action during your competition, and they would really appreciate that too. So here's a fun little way that you can approach sponsorships. So a few years ago, we had an idea to make it a little fun and put a little bit more effort into showing the value of sponsoring us. And by that, I mean we came up with a kind of system. So we had a few different tiers for different levels of sponsorships. So there were more tiers than this. Obviously, these are just a few cherry-picked examples. But so for example, $100 plus was Tigger, and Tigger sponsors got to receive lots of cool updates on the team. And then Tony, the Tony tier was $500 or more, and these received monthly updates on the team and their names on our team t-shirts worn at outreach events and competitions. And then one of the higher tiers was the Raja tier, which was $1,000 plus. And these received both of what Tony got, but they got their names on the team t-shirt, but bigger than the names of the Tony tier, which is honestly kind of enough to convince me to do it, just superiority complex. And they also got a feature on our social medias. So that's kind of an example of the ways that you can make it a little more fun and put a little more effort into it, because again, it just shows that you care more and sponsors appreciate it a lot more.
Moving to part 3, we have grants. You can think of grants as a one-way and one-time funds. What that means is that different from sponsorships, grants is a short-term funds and it has a specific purpose. Where to start to look for grants? First, it is definitely through browsing the internet. Internet is pretty much arguably one of the best resources that we can have today. Look at the website of charitable organizations and private company of any type of any industry. You can probably start with the STEM industry. A little recommendation here is to look into organizations whose values align with yours. Another way to start looking for grants opportunities is to reach out to your local community. I would say this is one of the best support one can ask for. You can reach out to families and friends, local businesses, such as restaurants and train stores. This literally means look around every corner of your community. So now that we know where to look for grant opportunities, the question following is that how to apply for a grant. At most of the time, you find a grant request form to fill out on their website. Typically, organization would ask about your team history or profile, demographic information, team goals, value, or your mission. This is why we recommend looking for an organization that share the same or similar value as your team earlier. You will also likely get asked for how much you would want to request. Depends on where your team status is at. But for our team, it is generally somewhere between $200 to $1,500 at this point. And last but not least, organization would like to know about your past community contribution. Like what outreach event have you done in the past? But don't worry if you're a rookie team, just always go ahead and give it a try. On the right side of the slide are just 2 examples of how we answer questions that were asked when we were applying for grants earlier in the season. The first one asking us to describe the demographic of the team members. The way that we answer is, we are an all-girl high school team. Ethnically, we are 30% white, 50% Asian, and 20% Hispanic or Latino. Our team comprises of students from all levels of experiences in coding, engineering, and or business, because we give everyone an equal opportunity to learn new skills. The other example that we have is answering the question about our purpose and mission statement. The way that we answer is to continue to build a sustainable all-girls robotics team, where girls can explore all aspects of engineering through design, build, electronics, and programming of a first tech challenge robot. All of these will be accomplished while having fun and learning the power of teamwork and building skills for life. So what to do after? Similar to sponsorship, you always want to start with a thank you. So start with writing a thank you email to the donor. And then you check your grants agreement. After you have done so, and you have to make sure that your money is transferred to your account.
Budgeting. Know your pocket. Here are the ways that we have allocated our budget by putting them into different categories. For expenses, contractual services, which covers our first.org, qualifying needs, and late fee. Then there's outreach, communities, which covers our community and industry outreach events. Then there's printing / publications, which covers our stickers and our promotional materials. Then there's technology, which covers our electronics. Then there's the equipment purchase, which includes game field elements, mechanical parts, Robotics, electronics, and tools. Then there's our supplies, which covers our printer ink, our tape, our labels. And then there's marketing materials, which includes our merchandising, our jackets and headbands. And then there's our training / conferences, which includes team building events. Now, these are just a few ways that we have kind of divided our budget into the categories.
Alright, so we're almost done, I promise. I'm just gonna go over quickly the key takeaways from our presentation and give you a few advice points. So, grants versus sponsorships. Grants are monetary donations, but the companies don't necessarily expect anything in return, whereas sponsorships are more of a contract where the company gives you financial or general support in exchange for us promoting their company through stickers or marketing materials. Grants are usually a one-time donation, whereas sponsorships are more sustained support throughout the season, meaning they'll maybe give you money multiple times, or maybe once to give you money, once to give you robot parts, and it's like a continued effort of us marketing their company for them. With grants, you are submitting an application to a company that will be on their website. Sponsorships it's like a 50-50 split. Sometimes it'll be an application like that. Sometimes it'll be you sending an email proposing a partnership. So grants, you don't have that flexibility. Sponsorships, you do, which is why sometimes it's a better option because you can take that initiative and reach out to them yourselves. And then finally, grants usually have an application period. So early in the season, like usually August maybe, it might be a good idea to start planning out which companies you want to apply to because they will have application deadlines. And in contrast, sponsorships, there are exceptions of course to this, but sponsorships are usually year round and there are no deadlines. But of course, I could be wrong. There are some companies that don't do that. So, thanking your sponsors and donors, this is very important. You can do this at the end of the season. You can do this right after you've received your donation. You can do both, even. That's great too. But it is really important to thank those who have supported you throughout the season. Let them know that you couldn't have done this without them and that you're grateful for their support. So, a few ways that you can do that. You can do a social media post thanking them. You can tag them maybe. Or you can send them a thank you email. Those are typically good to include maybe photos or videos of your competition, like we talked about, updating them on the progress that your team has made. My personal favorite, you can write them a thank you note with some nice stationery. Here's a picture of one that we've done before. And of course, like we talked about, this is just a general thing. It's not necessarily a thank you as much as it is just kind of an obligation that you should be doing anyway. Promoting their company. So again, you can put them on your social media. You can put their logo on your robot for advertising, or you can put the logo on your shirt or hoodies or anything you have. So, some quick tips on writing professionally. This might seem obvious, so I'm sorry if I'm insulting your intelligence by even bringing it up, but always proofread your emails. Good grammar goes a really long way, so make sure you don't have any informal colloquialisms or slang, and make sure you're using formal language. So, for example, don't refer to them as y'all or you guys or I don't know, stuff like that. But on the flip side, also make sure that you're not being way too overly friendly because that can come across as unprofessional too. So it's about striking a delicate balance, which sounds a lot more complicated than it really is. Trust me, it's not that hard. You'll be great. So, besides that, if it helps, you can think of applications for grants and sponsorships kind of like an argumentative essay, um, not like an academic one. I'm sorry if I'm giving anyone any AP Lang flashbacks, but just think of it like you're just trying to convince them why you deserve their money and support. Why should they give you their money? Why are you worth it? And of course, make sure you can keep them updated and let them know you appreciate their help. This is part of professionalism, believe it or not, because you don't want to just take their money, have it transferred into your bank account, and then completely forget they exist. So make sure that they stay a part of your lives. So, one piece of helpful advice would be never underestimate the value of marketing. It's proven so useful in getting self-funding. It may not seem like that's an obvious thing, but it does help. You know how companies market themselves in order to attract consumers and increase their revenue and profit? Well, the way we do it, we increase awareness in our community, and that naturally leads to sponsorships and grant opportunities. So, some examples of our marketing materials. We have our Orange Tiger Letterman jackets. Some of you may or may not have seen that at competition if you were there. We also always make sure that we have a stand at club fair, open house, and academic fair at our school with representatives from our team to talk about our robotics events and stuff like that to prospective eighth graders who are looking to come to our school or even just parents. Maybe sometimes parents stop by, they're always fun to talk to, or even just people in our school that we haven't had the chance to make contact with in the past to try to either convince them to join our team or again to just expand your social network. And then another marketing material, my favorite one, is our stickers. So we have ones with our Tigerbots logo, we have a First for Earth one, and we have First Like a Girl, and of course our decals with the logos. Our stickers are probably the most effective marketing material that we have because I can probably bet you anything that there is not one room in our school that does not have a Tigerbot sticker in it. Because around open house ish, when we get really crazy with our team sustainability and marketing stuff, we put a sticker literally everywhere. We just slap stickers on people and they walk around and market for us. It's so much fun and it's really, really effective because they are literally everywhere in our school. So that's a great idea. They can be bought for pretty cheap bulk on certain websites online, so you can go ahead do some research into that. Besides that, we also have buttons, but honestly, we have kind of cut down on those because the material isn't very good for the environment. But you know, we still have everything else, like business cards. Makes us very official. We hand those out in thank you gifts to our sponsors and people who give us grants too, so that's good. So the examples that I just listed, those are kind of more tangible marketing materials, but here are some methods of promotion, such as events. So One thing that we do is we have the Tiger Bots featured in our school's annual fun brochure, which is kind of like a listing of all of the activities and things that we have to offer at our school. And obviously, this point doesn't really apply to anyone of you unless you're also a robotics team that goes to Notre Dame Belmont, which I highly doubt you are as far as I know, but I'm sure that many other schools out there have something rather similar, so you could probably find something like that. Next, we have team cards for the admissions office. So, whenever the admissions office goes to visit eighth graders or they host shadows or anything like that, we have them put a little card telling them about our team into their folders or whatever that they give out so that they can learn more about robotics so that when the time comes for them to join our school, they consider joining robotics too. And of course, that ties into connections with their family and building a wider social network. So then I talked about the presentation. Oh, another thing we do is we have our team events and just pictures featured on our school social media, not just our personal social media, but the school's whole social media. So that goes out to the 500, 400, 500 or so students that we have, a lot of parents, a lot of teachers, all of our faculty, and lots of alumni. So that's easily 1,000 people that we are reaching through that. So that's a lovely, lovely way of promotion. And then obviously we have our own social media. We are NDB Tigerbots. You should follow us, please. But yeah, that's another great way of promoting us. So then, why does this all matter? How does this help? Well, essentially, what it does is in our community, not only to students, but also to their parents and friends of parents. It spreads awareness about our team so that they know we exist. And what that does is for example, we have parents who work at Genentech or Oracle, and they often know of corporate opportunities for sponsorships and grants that aren't necessarily available to the public. So that increases the likelihood that we can get funding, which is so valuable because it means that other teams may not actually have access to that. So if you do this, then you could be getting some extra money and a little more easily and at a lower risk, which is always great. So these are some of the actions that you can take throughout the season. Just a little note, these actions may seem kind of general, but I can assure you that these can be applied to finding grants and sponsor opportunities. But even beyond that, it's just good advice anyway. So first, make sure you reach out to your community because taking initiative is always good. And by the way, when we say community, we mean not just like local businesses, but also other teams around you. Like at competitions, go and make some friends. It's fun. People tend to really admire when students our age take responsibility and reach out for some reason, so take advantage of that. Second, share your resources with each other, and that way we can promote a collaborative first environment. The first concept of gracious professionalism, you've probably heard that before. I promise you, it isn't one of those made up kumbaya things. It's actually proven to be quite useful in the past. So, gatekeeping is not a good strategy to use. In the past, we have shared our outreach ideas with other teams, and in return, they would invite us to collaborate on making an impact in our community together. And that was a lovely experience, not only for us, but hopefully, I would think for them too. And the last action you can take is to try to be helpful and proactive during events, like competitions and season kickoff and league meets. Throughout our season this year, we were so grateful to have received so many opportunities and guidance from chatting with other teams, parents, coaches. So take advantage of this amazing supportive community we have and make good connections. Really, it's amazing if you can try to help other people because if you need help, then one day they can help you too, and that's great. So we are sure that you will find surprise in your journey. And with that, I would like to thank you on behalf of the Tigerbots for listening to our presentation. We hope that you learned something and that this will help you inform your future self-funding endeavors. If you have any questions, please never ever hesitate to email us at our email. It's right there. And yeah, thank you again for watching.
Now we're just going to be taking a pretty quick little break for 30 minutes. Thank you to the team 7593 TigerBots for talking about grants and scholarship sponsorships. And our next presentation at 3:45 will be from team 14259 Turbo V8 about autonomous programming.
We are Team 14259, Turbo V8, and today we will be talking about autonomous programming. So, first, we recommend you install Android Studio, as Android Studio has access to many libraries versus on-bot Java and blocks. In order to install Android Studio, you can start by clicking the link shown on screen and then hitting the green button. To install the FTC SDK, you can go to the link shown on screen, hit the green bubble, the drop down, hit download zip. Once the zip finishes installing, go to your files, right click, and then hit extract all. After this, your project should be ready to open in Android Studio. One resource we recommend that you use is the FTC docs. You can navigate to the link shown on screen in order to access the FTC docs. The FTC docs contain all of the methods of the FTC SDK. For example, as shown on screen, these are the methods of DC motor controller. So for example, you can do DC motor.getCurrentPosition to get the position of the motor encoder. This is very useful, especially when you're trying to implement sensor or some other piece of hardware that you've never touched before. For example, the other day I was writing a driver for a digital sensor, and then I checked the digital channel part as shown on the left side of the screen, and there was methods all about that, and I was able to successfully get a digital sensor working. Sensors. During the autonomous period, many FTC teams utilize sensors. For example, on the top left of the screen we can see a rev through-bore sensor. This through-bore sensor gives us a value in ticks of how many times it has rotated. So for example, if you rotate the internal bore using a wheel, let's say, as many teams commonly use odometry, it would print a value in ticks based on how many rotations it's done. For this motor encoder, it would do the same thing, except it would use the motor shaft. The problem with using a motor shaft on some mechanisms is that the mechanism slips, so people tend to use external encoders such as the rev through-bore encoder. Many teams use the rev through-bore encoder on their drivetrain for odometry. This is a rev distance sensor shown on the top right side of the screen. The distance sensor can get the distance from objects. For example, you want to get the distance from a wall to relocalize the position on the field during autonomous. This is a rev potentiometer, which in the past I've used to get the position of my arm. This prints a value between 0 and 3.3 volts as it's an analog sensor, and then you can convert that into degrees. You can use this for many other purposes, such as like turrets or like however you decide to implement it into your robot's design. This is the bottom middle of the screen. This is a go build a limit switch. This go build a limit switch allows you to calibrate things, or whenever it's hit, you generally know where some mechanism is. For example, we use one of these on our pitch system, so when our pitch is fully lowered, we hit the sensor, and then we know it's fully lowered, so then we can reset the encoder, and then we can automate our pitch during teleop and autonomous. This is a camera on the bottom right of the screen. We use this during the autonomous period in order to detect what position we need to park in. Many teams also use cameras for other purposes. Some teams use it to detect junctions during teleop and autonomous, and then they can use it to position a mechanism such as a turret or maybe their drivetrain in order to face the junction, so that the drivers have less work to do. So at the beginning of autonomous, you have to detect the signal cone. So to do this, many teams use a camera or a vision sensor. I do not recommend you use a color sensor to detect the color of the signal sleeve, because those are affected by lighting a lot, and you may have to get very close to detect the color accurately. In addition, sometimes sensors have noise, which can cause a misread of the sensor, and when misreads happen, you get wrong results, and therefore you'd park in the wrong location. You get 20 points for parking this season, and that's a lot of points, so I would suggest you have a working, reliable vision system. So to configure a camera, you just open up your configuration, hit scan, and a camera should appear. And then you can take the name of the camera and use that in code. So there's two main libraries that I see many FTC teams use for autonomous: EasyOpenCV and TensorFlow. I personally recommend EasyOpenCV because it's very simple to implement in comparison to TensorFlow and is significantly faster. In Freight Frenzy, I tried using a TensorFlow model, but it took half a second to detect, which slowed down everything. It took a lot of time to initialize, versus EasyOpenCV, which was extremely fast in comparison, and it's even viable to use this in Teleop. Teams have been successful using TensorFlow, so I would definitely not rule TensorFlow out. You can try to give both of them a shot and see whichever one you prefer more. So the links on the screen right now the first link links you to the EasyOpenCV GitHub, and the second link shows you how to use TensorFlow for this season, so it has resources on how to detect the default signal sleeve. Note that the default signal sleeve only gives you 10 points, so I would suggest making a custom signal sleeve and detecting that. That would give you 20 points. This is a custom signal sleeve made by team 16379 CookieBots. The link shown on screen is how they were able to implement it into their robot. So it's also open source, so you would also be able to copy this code and implement it into your own robot. Another way to do this is using April tags. The link shown on screen, the first link shown on screen, is a video. It's a very nice video, and it shows you it explains all of the code. It shows you how to configure everything and implement it. The second link is the actual code, which you can download off of GitHub in order to implement into your own code. And then you can print this template out, and it's all in the link of the description of this video. And then you can find this signal sleeve in the README of the GitHub. So both of these have instructions on how to set them up. I recommend both of them, whichever one you just think is cooler, like more. Either of them work really well. So in order to implement your autonomous vision, you'd want to change a variable based off of your vision reading. So the April tag already comes with a variable change called randomization. So for the purpose of this explanation, I'm just gonna act like I'm using April tags. So if randomization is equal to 1, you can follow a certain trajectory, which is, I'm just gonna say it's left park, and then if it's 2 is middle park, if it's 3 it's right park. So I will get back on how to move your drivetrain during autonomous soon. So in order to track the position during autonomous, many teams use dead wheel encoders. So this is a render of Looney Odo, which is an open source odometry pod made by the Looney Squad. And what it basically is, it's a through-bore encoder. This is an axon redux through-bore encoder, which is attached to an omni wheel, which allows you to rotate the wheel, and then the encoder tracks the amount of times it's rotated using a little bit of conversion from ticks to rotations, which can then be used to calculate your position on the field. And I would suggest springing the odometry pods into the ground. So why do I suggest you just bring the odometry pods into the ground? So generally, the problem using drive encoders, which I talked about earlier in the sensors part, is that the motor axle can sometimes the mechanism that is driven by the motor axle can slip. So for example, many teams this season have chosen to use a Mecanum drivetrain. And Mecanum drivetrains tend to slip a lot because of the way the rollers work. So you would generally want to use odometry pods. And when you use odometry pods, they won't slip as you've sprung them into the ground, and it keeps it in proper contact with the ground even if the robot jumps or something like that happens. So I recommend you use odometry. So in order to implement odometry onto your robot, you just need to get the position. So earlier in the FTC docs that I was just talking about, we were able to see that motor.getCurrentPosition returns the position of the current motor of the motor that you're reading. So you would just use this function in order to get the position of the motor. And if you're using like an external encoder like the rev through bore, you basically just plug it into any motor port you want, go into your configuration, you would configure it as like any name. So for example, you have 4 drive motors for mechanism wheels. So let's say we're talking about your left front motor. You can plug any of the encoders into your left front motor, and in order to get the position of that encoder, or like the rotation in ticks, you would just do motor left dot get current position. So this op mode I have right here, it declares the motor, it declares the position, you hardware map the motor, and then you reset the encoder, because generally during autonomous you like lift the robot up and then place it on the field. So you would want to reset your encoder, and then in code you can like you can simulate the start position however you would like, which I'll get to soon. And then you can just pull the position of the encoder. FTC Dashboard is a tool I highly recommend when doing any sort of tuning. For example, tuning PIDs, or just needing to graph any telemetry. You want to see like how much your sensor is reading. You can like graph that too, or you can just print that in telemetry. If you want to update any variables in real time, you can add them as a configuration variable. You can graph your target position versus your desired position for a PID. You can change your KP, KI, KD. If you want to graph your robot's position on the field, you can also graph that. So the link shown on screen redirects you to the FTC Dashboard website. There's a nice installation guide on there. I would highly recommend using the FTC Dashboard. Note that the FTC Dashboard is not legal for competition, so you have to disable it when you're playing a match. So yeah, to implement the FTC Dashboard, so specifically I'm talking about configuration variables. You can definitely find more examples in like Roadrunner, because Roadrunner uses the FTC Dashboard a lot. You can see how they're like calling the dashboard and like copy the way they called the dashboard for whatever custom implementation you plan to do with the dashboard. So over here you have to import the config, and then you put @config on the top of your op mode, or like on top of your Java file. For this one it's a Java file because this is not an op mode. You would just declare the variables as public static variables, and it would print on the config side of the dashboard. You would be able to see dir, which is direction, and then ff enabled. So yeah, and then you would be able to change those in real time. So if you want to change it to like, if you want to change false to true, you'd be able to do that, or whatever you want. So now I'm going to be talking about Roadrunner. So the link shown at the top of the screen, you can just go to this link. You'll find a lot more information about Roadrunner than what I'll be talking about. So right now I'm just going to be talking about what Roadrunner does. And what Roadrunner basically does is it allows you to move in complex trajectories during the autonomous period, and it takes care of all of the hard work for you. So 3 dead wheel encoders on your bot can be used to track the position in the field. So the lateral ones, one of the lateral ones would be used to track the X. This perpendicular one can be used to track the Y, and then the rotation difference between these parallel encoders can be used to track heading, or the rotation you have. Yeah, so you can also use 2-wheel encoders, so one tracks the X, one tracks the Y, and then you can use the internal IMU to track the heading. And if you're not satisfied with like either of these types of odometries, you can implement whatever localizer you want. A localizer is just tracking the position in the field, so if you want, you can like use drive encoders as well, or you can use distance sensors to localize your position in the field. It all comes down to whatever you desire. In the end, it just comes down to whatever you like the most. So in this video shown on screen, we're able to see this robot move in like complex trajectory paths. So it's not in like a straight line. Like right here we can see the robot, like it does what's called a spline, and it's like able to turn while driving. And Roadrunner allows you to move in these complex trajectories during autonomous, and also run your mechanism. So it gives you a nice and easy interface as long as you're able to tune it properly. And Learn Roadrunner covers the tuning process. So next I'm going to show you guys a sample op mode that you can use for Roadrunner. So these are just 4 trajectories, which I'm just going to run like back to back to back to back. First, I start by declaring the trajectories, and then in the run op mode, I hardware map my motors. All of this is taken care of by Roadrunner, so it's in a file called sample mecanum drive, and I'll get to how they were able to do this at the end of this lesson on programming. So over here, you just declare your start position. So for example, my robot is now set to start at -36 in the x direction, 64.5 in the y direction, and it's facing 270 degrees. So you can find the Roadrunner grid on the Learn Roadrunner website, shown right here. And then you just set the pose estimate for the drive to the start position, and then I just declared 4 trajectories. So this first trajectory, in the y direction, it moves backwards 40 inches. The second trajectory, it turns, and it also turns while driving, except these x coordinates and the y coordinates are not the same. So it's supposed to turn while driving and move in a diagonal line. So that's what's special about Roadrunner. You're able to move while turning and driving all in a line. So the first function is a line to function. So this just moves in a line, but this is a line to a linear heading function. And what a line to a linear heading function basically means is you're able to move in a line, and you're also able to linearly change your heading while you're moving on the line. So it constantly changes the heading at a pace where you'll be done changing the heading when you reach the end. And this is aligned to a constant heading. So what it does, it holds your heading in place no matter where you're facing, and it goes to the coordinates. So it's pretty cool because you're able to like just face any direction. You can be facing like an unorthodox heading, and you can just move in a straight line. It's completely holonomic, so you're able to unlock the holonomic ability of your mecanum drivetrain. So Roadrunner does offer the RamZ controller for a 6-wheel drive robot, although there may be other options, other better options for 6-wheel drive. And Roadrunner is also not the absolute best option. It's not the only option you have. You have options like guided vector fields, but the difference between Roadrunner and things like that is there's not always like good documentation on those, and Roadrunner is just completely open sourced, and it's tested by many teams. You don't really have to put too much work in, you just get it up and running. So this is the trajectory 4. We already talked about line to linear headings, and then you just follow the trajectories. In the op mode is active, we update the drive. So it says drive.follow trajectory, drive.follow trajectory, drive.follow trajectory. So we're updating the drive, and what update does, it just follows the trajectories and it follows them in order. But what you do want to make sure is to get the pose estimate of the drive, and it's actually not needed to follow the trajectories, but why I suggest you do this is so that you can telemetry all of the data. So telemetry is the X, Y heading, and the wheel locations, which basically, as seen in this left side of the screen, it just prints the robot, basically. And it'll print it moving in real time. So it'll show you a green line for the trajectory, and it'll show you a blue line for where the robot is actually moving. And you can use this to tune your PIDs really nicely, because you can see how far the robot is deviating on the green path. And you can increase the sensitivity of the PID controller that you're trying to tune. So the next resource I'm going to talk about now is Control-Alt-FTC. Control-Alt-FTC is a resource where you can learn about control theory. Control theory is very useful in FTC. Control-Alt-FTC talks about why it's useful, but to sum it up, it allows you to ensure accuracy during your autonomous period, teleop period, just anything you need accuracy with. And it especially talks about automation. So for example, a PID controller can be used to control a lift. You'd set a target position for your lift, and then the PID controller would drive the motor in order to get you to your target position. So this is a diagram of a PID controller shown on screen, and I'll be talking about PID controllers later on, but Control-Alt-FTC is just a nice resource. It's got resources about controlling your drivetrain. So it's not Roadrunner. It does talk about Roadrunner later on if you want to learn how more of Roadrunner control actually works. And I suggest you learn how Roadrunner works because if you ever need to make any modifications to it, it's crucial to know how it works, especially because you didn't completely write it, so like you don't exactly know what's going on behind the scenes. It also talks about drivetrain controls, and it gives you pseudocode for a positional PID. So our robot uses a positional PID during autonomous, and we use a custom localizer. So it basically localizes the position in the field, and then applies an X, Y, and rotation PID in order to get to its target position. And Control-Alt-FTC has something really similar to that. It even has improvements to a PID controller, as shown on the right side of the screen. And you can just cycle through all these pages and like just keep learning. It's got Kalman filters, motion profiling. So you might be wondering, what's motion profiling? What's a Kalman filter? What's gain scheduling? So Kalman filter is something that can be used in order to fuse sensors, which basically means use sensors together. A motion profiler is something that ensures accuracy in your system by planning the speeds or the velocity of a certain subsystem. So for example, in Roadrunner, there's a motion profiler on your drivetrain, and it's a trapezoidal motion profile. So it basically ramps up the motor speeds at the start slowly, and then once you reach your plateau, it runs at the speed desired, and then it slowly decelerates it in order to ensure accuracy at all times. This is especially important when you're running a mechanism that has the ability to slip. The less slip you get, the higher accuracy your subsystem will be at. So I highly suggest motion profiling for subsystems that need extreme accuracy. A PID controller. So PID controller, it takes an input in, and then it has something to keep track or feedback of what's happening, and then it gives you an output based off of that. And it has three parts to it: the P, which is a proportional, an I, which is an integral, and a D, which is a derivative. So you basically tune a P, I, and a D gain. It does a little bit of math behind the scenes, but after you tune the P, I, and D gain, you'll be able to get to a target position. Here's an implementation of a PID controller. So this is in order to balance a ball, and it uses a distance sensor in order to track the position of the ball. So this is a servo PID. So some things inside of this code may not be needed for yours to work, although I'd highly suggest going to Control-Alt-FTC and checking their PID page because it's highly informational and it can help you a lot. Control-Alt-FTC also contains a library known as Homeostasis, and Homeostasis has PID controllers in it. It has like an improved PID controller in it. It has a Kalman filter in it. It's just got a bunch of things that you may find extremely useful inside of it. So I'd highly recommend using Homeostasis if you need it. In addition, so let's talk about the PID now. These are just defining variables, so it's the current value, which is the value you get from the distance sensor in centimeters, the set value, which is the position you want to get to, error, which is calculated by the position that you set minus your printed value, and then you have the PID gains. So these are just like variable declarations. You have your PID gains, which you eventually have to tune. You have the errors, which you use to calculate the total PID, which you multiply by the gains later on. I'll talk about that. You can see I put @config at the top. So I'm using @config over here because it's especially useful when tuning a PID to use the FTC dashboard. So if I go up here to the FTC dashboard, you can see they have graphed some values here. So what I could do is I could graph my set value position and I could graph my actual position. And because I have the ability to change my variables in real time, I'm able to tune the PID and look at like the actual result of it. So I can see if I'm like, if my position is at 15 and I need to get to 20 and it's not going up at all, maybe I need to add some integral to get rid of the steady state error. So let's talk about how the math behind a PID works next. First, we proportionally multiply the error gotten. So it's proportional because it's just a constant. So like 0.04 times error, it would scale your error down by 0.04. And then you have integral error. So integral, it's basically, it just looks into the, I guess, past, and it's able to figure out how to overcome steady state error, and it basically builds up really fast. And in theory, integral should not be needed, but sometimes you're just not able to reach your target position because you're setting like too low powers to your motor. So then you add integral, and integral will build up when there's no movement in the system and you're like not at your target position, and it'll basically give a bump to your error. And you can see the PID total error is calculated by the P added to the I error and added to the D error. So like if the I error spikes, the total error will go up, and then your total error is taken into account when you're setting power to your motor or your servo. Derivative, I guess it's just like a dampening factor. You can look into the math on Control-Alt FTC. It's really nice at covering things like that. So you do need a timer for derivative because it just calculates, I guess. You can look on Control-Alt FTC. I'm not going to cover that, but I'm actually going to go over how to initialize the FTC dashboard. So telemetry is equal to new multiple telemetry FTC dashboard.get instance.get telemetry. And what this allows you to do is, in future instances, when you call telemetry, you're able to graph these variables. So over here, I've graphed current value and set value, which is my target and desired position. And I've also added KPK and KD into the config, so I'm able to change these in real time. So the next thing I'm going to talk about is a finite state machine. And a finite state machine is able to be utilized during autonomous and teleop in order to organize your code and run things sort of in parallel. Here's a nice diagram of a state machine and some like pseudocode I found from GM0, so you can find the link, you can navigate to this link for a more in-depth explanation about them. People tend to store their state machines inside of enums because you're able to like list multiple names, so like lift start, lift extend, lift dump, lift retract. And what you basically do is you create a switch statement, and then you add cases for all of the enums that you created. So it's called a finite state machine because there's only like a finite number of states you can go through. And then this state machine specifically is used in teleop, and it's activated when X is pressed. So I guess you can see right here the default state is the start state. So whenever the op mode starts, it would be in lift start state, and it's always just going to be checking if gamepad X is pressed, because that's the default state. And as long as you're looping the default state, it's always going to be checking it. And when gamepad X is pressed, you switch the state to lift extend, we can see on the second line. And then you also set the target position to high, which would be the extend position. And then we switch to the next case, which is the lift extend case. So what the code here basically does is it checks if you're at your high position, but it also adds a threshold. So if it's like less than 10, because encoder ticks are not perfect. They have some sort of inaccuracy that you just simply cannot overcome. And if your PID controller does not stop within the threshold, it'll just keep like oscillating forever and ever, and you sometimes just don't want that to happen. So you add a threshold. And then if your lift position is within this threshold, it dumps the deposit. And then after your deposit is dumped, you're able to change the state to the deposit dump. So over here you can see the deposit dump state, and you might be wondering, what's this timer here for? So many teams this season have chosen to use the virtual forebar and a claw for their deposit. And this is just one of many examples, but I'm just going to choose this example because it's really good for explanations. So a servo takes a lot of time, and generally you're not able to track the position of a servo very well because many servos don't have encoders in them, although Axon Robotics Plus series do have an analog output, so you could avoid it. But for the purpose of explanation, I'm going to assume it's a go build a servo. So let's say the dump time, it's like 1 second. And what I want to basically do is automate my lift. That's the whole point of the state machine, is to like automate things cleanly. I'm going to wait for 1 second to pass. And then after 1 second passes, I'm going to do whatever's in my state. So I'm able to automate whatever's next. And you're using a timer because you want to avoid sleep statements. And the problem with sleep statements is it blocks everything else from happening. So if you want to like, drive while you're extending your lift, you would not be able to do this because your whole op mode has gone to sleep. And instead you just run a timer. And after your timer completes, you set the dump position to idle, and then you retract the lift. You go to lift low, and you switch the case to lift retract. So what this state machine basically did is when you press X, you extended. Once you extended, you dumped. Once your dump finished, you retracted. So with the press of one button, you were able to complete your whole depositing system. And that's why I'm talking about finite state machines. I suggest you use finite state machines. They're really clean as long as you like keep everything nice and organized. But at the same time, you don't need to use a finite state machine for like every single mechanism on your robot. Like in Freight Frenzy, I saw some teams use state machine just to run their duck spinner, and I was just wondering like what's the benefit to that. But in reality, sometimes you just get no benefit from using a state machine. So it's nice to use state machines, but you don't always have to use a state machine for everything. So now I'm going to be talking about cleaning code. So we can see the state machine here gets pretty messy, and it can be like solved just with this simple fix. So we can move everything inside of the state machine into a different file. And for the purpose of this file, I'm going to be talking about a digital sensor, for example, a driver for a digital sensor. So I also use the FTC docs for this, so you can see digital channel right here. If you go to the beginning of this video that I've been recording, you can see there's documentation about a digital sensor. So what this basically does is it gets the state of a digital sensor, and this digital sensor right here is for go build a limit switch. When the limit switch is pressed, it prints out true. And what I'm doing is I created a method called check, which gets the state of the sensor. I found the get state method from the FTC docs, and it prints a boolean. So what I've done is I've put everything into a class, and like now this is my new op mode. So digital touch go build a driver touch is equal to new, and then you just repeat the name again. So what you're basically doing is you're taking you're storing the function inside of this class, this separate class, and you're able to call methods from that class in a new teleop, and this allows you to like keep everything clean by moving everything into subsystems in your code. So you can have a folder called lift, and then you can keep your lift PID in there. You can keep your deposit functions in there. And in your teleop, all you have to do is lift.extend, for example. So right here, I'm doing touch.check. And over here, I created a method called check. So it's really, really easy to keep your code clean. And you can, like, for example, store your whole finite state machine in a different class. And then you can just call the new state inside of this. And then you avoid clumping up your teleop. You made everything, like, nice and clean in order to debug your code. So that's another big, really important thing about FTC, debugging your code. And there's not much I can help you with in debugging your code because I don't know I don't know some problems you might have, but one thing I've noticed is whenever debugging code, you want to change one variable at a time because As soon as you change multiple variables at a time and something goes wrong, you're not able to tell which change you made that really messed everything up. So then you want to go back like one step at a time type of thing. So that's my tip for debugging code. So thank you guys for watching, tuning into this workshop. This is Turbo V8 signing off.
Thank you, Turbo V8 Team 14259 for presenting about autonomous programming. Our next presentation is at 4:30 from Team 12518 Almond Robotics about rapid iterations for build processes. And we'll just have a quick waiting screen until the time comes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Right now, our next presentation is going to be on rapid iterations for build processes, presented by Team 12518 Alman Robotics. And without further ado, let's get on to the presentation.
Hello, my name is John, and I'm a member of 12518 Almond Robotics.
Hi, my name is Thomas, and I'm also a member of 12518 Alvin Robotics.
Um, so we're going to be talking about rapid iterations and how they are super important in FTC. Rapid iteration is a useful and oftentimes necessary process, and it allows teams to prune out the cons and then maximize on the benefits. For example, as you can see in the diagram below, we have 4 major iterations of our claw that benefit it and help reduce the bad side of it.
Yeah, so if you see our first iteration, this is the one we came up at the beginning of the season, and it's not very good. It has a little curve in it so that we can grip the cone a bit better, but it does not match the circular shape of the cone very well. And so we iterated it to the second iteration, which, as you can see, has a lot smoother of a curve and it matched the contours of the cone a lot better. So between the second and third iteration, we had a physical iteration that was not in CAP, where we added a piece of grip tape on each side of the claw in order to give it more grippiness. And so in the third iteration, we noticed that we had a little bit too less contact area, so we made the claw a lot taller. But what we realized when we did this is that it did not fit on our very small robot, and we had to iterate it one last time. But we wanted to keep the big surface contact area. So we switched to a silicon grippy part, which mounts onto these little notches that you see in the final iteration claw. So we mount silicon onto that, and then this silicon is very grippy. It has a lot of friction with the cone, and it also is compressible, so it allows a lot of room for error when we're gripping the cone. when we design for an iterable robot, we organize our CAD. So we split all of our components into different subsystems. Like we have our claw, our arm, our slides, our turret, and our drivetrain all in different parts, and then we put them together into one big robot. And so we use master sketches to change big parts, such as our drivetrain. So in our drivetrain, we use master sketches because we have four drivetrain plates. We have two outer plates and two inner plates. And the thing that using a master sketch does here is it allows us to change the size and the shape of both the outer and the inner plate at the same time because they're both based off the same sketch, the master sketch. And so what this allows us to do is it allows us to change like the size of our drivetrain if we ever want to. And we don't have to change the plate separately. And we can change the entire robot by just changing these small sub assemblies such as the claw. And so we have the claw separate, and then we can change the claw, and then we can look at on the main robot and see does this work or not, right? Will it like work with everything else? And so additionally, this allows us to change anything we have multiple of. So, for example, our wheels, right? So we have multiple of the same assemblies of wheels. And what we can do with this is we can create a wheel subassembly. And if we just change the wheel subassemblies, so let's say we want to make like the pulleys on our wheels a bit bigger, which we have done this season, we can just change it in the subassembly and it'll change every single one of those wheels. So it speeds up the CAD process a lot. And additionally, just in case we mess anything up and we can't like control Z it and we realize too late, we can always go back a version and we can just go back to the previous iterations of our parts, right? And it's just a very good fail safe just in case we break anything.
It's also very important that when you design, that you also have modularity in mind. It allows for tiny changes to be made to the robot, and it's very easy to change some subsystems without completely dismantling the entire robot. For example, when we had to switch out our slides, it was very easy to switch as it only took 6 screws to remove the entire turret, which the slides were mounted on. Another example is early in the season, we had an issue with the two drivetrain pulleys rubbing against each other. So since the drivetrain comes apart, the drivetrain plates come off with only like about 8 screws or so each. It was very easy to just get into our like really small drivetrain and just switch them out.
And another way we use this iteration thing is by including hole patterns. And hole patterns are just a bunch of holes like on a drivetrain, and it makes it a lot easier in order to add stuff. So if you look like at any commercial part like GoBuilda or Rev, it has a bunch of holes and like other things in it, right? And that's so you can mount anything wherever you want. And we want to make our custom parts that way too. So we have a lot of holes on there just in case we want to add anything to our robot in the future. And so, for example, after our first qualifier, we realized that we kind of wanted to use an active intake because we saw other teams use an active intake and it worked very well for them. And so we were able to use the holes that were already on our drivetrain in order to mount an active intake very easily without having to add anything extra. And we didn't need to like recut any plates because nothing really changed about the plates. We just added stuff to it. So holes are very convenient for all of these things. And yeah.
When you're trying to find out where to iterate on your robot, it's very helpful to just watch replays of your robot. And so we generally take notes of the places that cause issues in a spreadsheet. So for example, some of them would be like the cone sliding in our claw. The active intake was not that much of a benefit. It was actually more of a drawback. Our slides were incredibly wobbly. So we actually fixed the first issue. This is one of the first issues we fixed. In our final iteration, we have a silicone mold that is incredibly strong, and we switched the 2 servos to axons, which allows it to be much grippier. Additionally, we actually entirely removed the active intake, but I think we're hoping to add it back. But due to the modularity of our robot, it was actually very easy to add and remove it, so it's not a big deal. Our slides were incredibly wobbly, so we added a slide support.
Yeah, and so basically we realize all these things and then we just like change them in the CAD and then we just iterate them as quickly as possible. So it goes back to rapid iteration. And if you see at this image, you can have a picture of our robot here. And you can also see that there are like a few cones like on the grounds. And that's because our robot was not like functioning very well earlier. Like you see a cone in the corner, right? That's because our robot like just dropped it while it was moving. And so we had to change things. We reviewed our matches. And so we were able to find out like when our robot was actually applied, how things went badly. So when we design new iterations, we don't make huge changes. So we don't like CAD a completely new robot whenever we want to change something, because what that does is it introduces a lot more room for failure. And so we iterate one subsystem at once. So for example, after our second qualifier, we decided to add uh, an extendo mechanism to our claw, which allows us to reach a lot further. This was in order to benefit our autonomous and make it a lot easier for us to grab the cone stack and score it. And so we did this change over the span of 1 week. And during this change, we did not change any other part of the robot. So if we knew that if anything went wrong here, it would have been because of the extendo, and we could have focused on the extendo. But if we had decided to like change the slides while we changed this extendo, we would have no clue which one was breaking. And so that would not be really good. And so when we iterate one subsystem at a time, we can just change things and like unchange them, which is like really useful for anything we want to do in the future.
So when you're rapidly iterating, it's very important that you have custom parts that can be made quickly, right? So when you use a CNC or even CNCing and even just hand tools are incredibly useful to that process. When you're first starting, it's very important to use easy to cut materials such as wood or like acrylic sheets, which are first inexpensive and also very easy to cut. So you can actually test that on the robot first. And then for your finalized parts, it's much better to use stronger materials such as aluminum because it's just much stronger and it's a lot more durable.
Yeah, and the reason we don't use aluminum to prototype is because it's actually a very expensive material to prototype with. And also, it takes a really long time to cut. So it's just not the right fit. And so that's why CNC is pretty good, because we can just use we can iterate and we can also make like a really good final. And so there's another form of rapid manufacturing called 3D printing, which is also really useful for this iteration stuff. And so 3D printing allows you to print very complex shapes. So if you think about CNCing, you know that you have to cut out like a flat sheet from like you have to cut out a flat sheet into a shape. And the thing about 3D printing is it's instead of subtracting material, like getting rid of stuff like cutting, it adds material, which is just like extruding this plastic into like onto like itself. And it allows you to create a lot more complex shapes when you're designing things. So a lot of these things on a robot are just not possible to be CNC'd. Like if you see our robot, you see a lot of pink stuff on it, right? That's all 3D printed. And for example, our claw is 3D printed because you can't cut like a really thick object out of metal or like out of acrylic because you need a really thick sheet, and that's just really inefficient. So that's when 3D printing comes in handy. And also 3D printing is much faster than CNCing because because additive manufacturing, you don't have to be as like you can move the tool head a lot faster. So when you're using a CNC, you have to move like the CNC drill bit very slowly around this like acrylic, this wood, this metal, right? In order to cut it out properly. But when you're 3D printing, it can just go really fast because you're just extruding plastic and there's like no resistance. And so this allows you to prototype really fast, which allows you to add changes to your robot very quickly. And it's also very affordable. So basically, plastic is really cheap. You can get a kilogram of plastic, which is enough for like a good, let's see, like 20 claws, like maybe 30 claws, or like you can just you can print a lot of things with it, and it's only $20, so it's pretty cheap. And also, you don't get any shipping delays compared to like buying stuff online from like Go Build a Rev or cutting it yourself, which also has delays. So that is really fast, and it comes in a lot of colors too, like pink, white. So we can enable our like team colors to show on our robot, which is really good for team spirit. But of course, 3D printing also has its drawbacks, which is that printing with plastic automatically makes the part a lot weaker because plastic is just a weak material compared to like aluminum. So that's why for all our parts that need to take wear and tear and can be CNC, we try to cut them out of aluminum.
Commonly asked questions. How do you combine parts modularity when doing a custom design? So on our robot, at the front of our drivetrain, we have a bunch of like catted in like cut holes that are designed to be very modular. For example, like our active intake, the extra holes allowed us to not have to recut our entire drivetrain, and we could just take off our drivetrain plate with 8 screws, and then use 2 more screws to screw in our active intake, and we just had no issues with it.
So, more commonly asked questions. Are there any practices that allow for faster design completion? Like, can you CAD faster? And a lot of that comes with practice, but another thing you can do in order to have these designs come a lot faster is just organizing it so that you don't have to like jump around all your assemblies and your sub-assemblies and just like try to find specific parts. So if you organize it properly, it makes it a lot easier to like do all this CADing. Like it makes it very streamlined process and you don't have to jump around. So another thing that makes it a lot easier to be efficient is having good mental health. So this is something you have to keep in mind. So you don't want to overwork yourself or you might lose motivation and like just not be able to function properly, and that just decreases efficiency a lot, right? And if another way to like increase this efficiency, increase your mental health, and have fun when you're doing this is CAD or build while you're calling your friends. So that's it allows you to have fun while you do this work, right? So it's pretty good to do it
That's
this way.
But also it's like important to not only just like not overwork yourself, but also not rush through the design. It's very important to talk to mentors and just get second opinions on your design just in case there's some things that have like issues. Because in CAD, it's very easy to switch it, but once you actually start ordering parts from like Send Cut Send and just like COTS, commercial off the shelves, like it just becomes nearly impossible to like return those items. So make sure you're not like overlooking any major issue.
Yeah, so that's another thing. Like fast design completion is obviously like a really good skill to have because if you can CAD fast, you can iterate your robot, you can fix issues very quickly. But sometimes if you work too quickly, like you end up just overlooking a lot of things, like John said, and like you will end up just messing up your final product. So even if you can CAD this quickly, you must like have a lot of second opinions and check your design because even if you CAD slowly, you still have to check it. You have to ask mentors, you have to ask teammates, which is like very important when it comes to this stuff.
Oh, do sketches really benefit from having master sketches that lay out all relevant parts to consider for interference? Thomas, do you want to talk about that?
Oh yeah, so master sketches are like part we only really use them for our drivetrain and they're pretty good for like planning it out. And they're not really necessary, but it makes it pretty easy to change everything very quickly. And so basically, it makes you really only need to use master sketches when you're doing parts like a drivetrain where you have two similar parts, like the inner and outer plate, but they're not exactly the same, and you want to be able to change them like together and you don't want to have them separate. So that's like the main use for master master sketches, and basically they're pretty good for like planning and stuff and just having things be changed easily.
When designing and building, how much is enough detail? So when we're CADing our robot, we generally don't CAD the screws because it's just a lot of effort and it takes up a lot of time. But we always keep clearances in mind, especially with a small robot. It's actually very hard to work around that. So even though we don't CAD screws or like belts or anything, we always keep screw heads and like clearance issues in mind. So for example, for our wiring, on our below our turret, there's a small room of space that is meant for our wires to just like stick around and be very flexible to like move. And even though it's not CADed in, we make sure to keep it in mind.
Yeah. So basically, when you CAD, you don't need to CAD these like screws. Belts are sometimes good to have in CAD, but they're very difficult to put there. The reason we don't use screws is because it's a lot of small objects and it doesn't really add that much like importance to the CAD and it lags it out a lot. Belts are just really hard to use, and additionally, like wires, you basically just can't CAD wires. Wires are really difficult. So you just have to keep all these things in mind when you start designing. And yeah, instead of like realizing later that something doesn't work, you gotta look at your CAD and be like, so does this screw fit here? Does the wire go through here, right? So yeah.
But yeah, it's like below our turret, like we have like this very small volume space between our turret and our turret plate. It's like barely fits a screw head, but it still fits, you know?
Yeah. So um what materials and build systems are like the best when you prototype this fast? So generally prototyping is a, a good application for like PLA, which is a type of plastic. It's the cheapest kind, it's the easiest to print, it's the fastest to print, but it's also generally the weakest plastic. So wood, which we already mentioned, and acrylic, which is like a cheap, it's like a cheap clear material that you can CNC, and they're pretty good for prototyping because they're all cheap, they're all very easy to use, but they're just like not that strong. But when you build with them, it works, right? But eventually you want to have them changed out just in case you want like a more durable robot, more sustainable robot. So you don't want your robot to break, right? So you use more strong materials such as like aluminum, and we're thinking this season of using instead of PLA like PETG because that's a strong material, like it's just stronger plastic. But we have not implemented that change yet because PLA is good enough for what we need to use right now.
Also for like CNCing, wood and acrylic are like very good because you can cut it very fast. They're also like very, very inexpensive. You can get like a pretty big sheet of acrylic for like, I don't even know, maybe like $30. It's like really nice. The only issue is actually just getting the CNC in the first place. But yeah, wood and acrylic are the best for prototyping.
Yeah. So this is like a summary, right, of our entire presentation. You gotta like stay organized, right? So you gotta make everything like separate all your parts into subsystems, order your subsystems in the CAD so it's a lot easier to find. And something that we didn't really mention, you have to name all your parts and assemblies. Basically, it makes it a lot easier to find. You don't need like Part Studio 27. You can name it like claw or like claw mount depending on what you have there. And so another thing you can have is you can implement this modularity that we talked about, right? So you have to make basically all the parts on your robot pretty easily like disassemblable. So you have to make the turret easily take you have to make it so you can easily take the turret off the drivetrain, easily take the drivetrain plates off the drivetrain, and like easily take like the slides off the turret or something. And so those are all very important to have
And
because
then,
oh
oh yeah,
yeah.
so for like the hole patterns, it's very important to like use a universal mounting system, right? So you don't want to randomly just be throwing the holes around without having like something in mind. So it's actually, oh my God, my Alexa just started talking. Right. So um where was I? Oh yeah, so
Holes,
it's
yeah.
yeah, so when you're especially when you're using like commercial off the shelves, like the holes generally like vary in distance from each other between like products like Go Build It I know has different ones than like let's say Actobotics,
Yeah.
right? So it's best to just like stick with one and then just design with that company's whole sizes in mind.
Yeah, so basically, you only want to use one type of like commercial part, especially for like U channels. You can use different ones for like bearings and stuff, like small things, but you want to keep most of them down to like one thing. Our team uses Go Builda because we have a lot of Go Builda parts, and we feel like they're like the most useful, and like the metric system is a lot easier to work with than like the imperial system, in our opinion. And so, lastly, we can change everything in like iterations, which is like one thing by you change things one by one, and these parts are you have to use E parts for like manufacturing stuff quickly. And lastly, 3D prints and CNC, you have to know when to use them. So 3D prints are used for more complex parts, and CNCs are usually most used for more like strong parts. Like 3D prints, yeah.
Okay, a big thank you to Team 12518 Almond Robotics for presenting about rapid iterations for build processes. Our next presentation is from Team 14349 Gong Invaders about writing a custom op mode wrapper. Stay posted for that presentation coming at around 5:15 p.m. EST. Hello, everyone. Please welcome our last presentation for the 2023 WorldShop. It'll be from Team 14349 Gong Invaders about writing a custom op mode wrapper. So, but without further ado, let's move on to the video.
Welcome to our presentation about writing custom op mode wrappers. This is written by and presented by Oscar Chevalier from the Gong Invaders, and all examples of code which are included in this slideshow are accessible through the demonstration project. There's a link to it at the end of the slideshow, and I'll continue updating it in the future. Who are we? We are a 5th year FTC team with much other experience in first as well, and we've been competing in FTC since RevAmped. We're from a town called Wollongong in the state of New South Wales in Australia. It's just south of Sydney. And we're just a group of 4 people. I do all the programming. This will be our last season of FTC. Please use the link provided or the QR code to access our website if you wish to learn more about us, what else we've done, or have interest in contacting us for anything of your own. What are the goals of this presentation? We're aiming to improve the coding skills of more intermediate teams by taking a look at some higher level structure and utility classes that teams can be inspired by, and an in-depth look at a step up from the sample robot hardware class, which can be found included in the examples in the FTC SDK project, and it works alongside a wrapper of the traditional iterative op mode in order to allow teams more functionality and a quicker and easier experience when writing their own op modes in order to test different features. A quick structure. We're going to look at why a team might consider implementing this, what this might allow a team to achieve, and a quick overview of each class in the provided sample project. Why consider writing a custom op mode wrapper? This is really good for teams who want to quickly create new op modes without needing to recreate complex control methods and systems several times, especially if teams want to write lots of different op modes to test lots of different subsystems independently and sequentially, but don't want to have to rewrite complex control code for those subsystems. It's also good for teams who want to be able to do this to test new subsystems, both alongside older systems and independently. And it's also good for teams that want to work on implementing new subsystems, but also having older code that continues to work while they update older subsystems alongside those newer subsystems. The custom op mode wrapper doesn't add much on top of the robot hardware class included in this project, other than to automatically include the update loop methods, which the author of an op mode will want to run in specific places every single time they make a new op mode. It makes writing new op modes faster and reduces errors when doing so by automatically including update loop methods, so the author doesn't need to remember to write them. This can also mean that certain subsystems with code that does not really need to be interacted with by a user or driver input can be run entirely through these automatically called methods without needing to write a single line of code in the op mode, other than requesting that that subsystem is to be included. The wrapper works with the robot hardware class in order to enable the automatic selection of which loops to run dependent on the subsystems the author of the op mode has requested. This means that teams can add untested systems that crash alongside subsystems which work perfectly fine and very consistently, and not have to worry about these broken bits of code affecting what works perfectly well. Using the wrapper also leaves the code for controlling the robot as primarily linking driver and operator inputs and mapping those to subsystem methods, often relating to set points or inputting different values. It leaves readability for op modes high, as you can see how inputs are mapped to outputs, but it also reduces the amount of code that needs to be written, and thus means no control code clogs up the op mode, and it means the classes are quick and easy to read and see what needs to be changed if a team wants to change up how they control the different subsystem or how their op mode works. What kind of things can this be used for? Control loops are pretty obvious use. PID controllers or similar control loops can be automatically selected and run, leaving the user only to use driver input to update like a set point of the loop or a target velocity, for instance, for a feed forward loop. This will function similarly regardless of the complexity of a control loop or any handling done by the control loop. Really complex control loops and really complex driver and user input handling methods can be included and hidden away and reused again and again and again without any op mode authors ever having to worry about reusing those pieces of code or making sure they call them again. A similar use is finite state machines for controlling several subsystems all at once. There are no examples included in this project of this, however it's certainly a slightly more complex implementation that teams could look at doing. Including passing through driver input and operator input into these state machines certainly could prove a challenge to inexperienced teams, but it shouldn't be too hard to figure out how to integrate this and allow complex finite state machines to be automatically included to control a wide range of subsystems very quickly and easily and consistently across several different op modes. Encoder bulk reads. Using this wrapper loop allows for easy implementation of bulk reading on encoders, which can improve performance in your robot. The encoder, the gamepad EX class also needs to call read loops at the start and end of, or update loops at the start and end of the loop method in an op mode in order to check against changing values in gamepads, as another example of a similar kind of reading method that could be used here. These allow a really easy set and forget mindset. Encoder reads for subsystems that are enabled are automatically included, and the author of an op mode never has to worry about making sure that their encoders are read at the right time, while also getting optimal performance out of their loops. It's also very valid for methods like odometry. This type of robot hardware class means that no matter what complexity of a subsystem you have, implementing it into the rest of the code is usually just as easy as any other subsystem. A more complex subsystem might need one or two more methods added in some places, but in general, the changes to the robot hardware class that need to be added are similar across any number of different subsystems. This means that adding new subsystems is a very easy process once you've learned how to do so. Also to be noted, pre-existing op modes are not affected by adding new subsystems, and it also means that newer op modes can take advantage of both new and old op modes can take advantage of improvements to subsystem classes that are made along the way, and those improvements are then also automatically included in all op modes that have already been written and future ones. Default inclusion. Classes can also be defaultly included in the subsystem selection that aren't really dependent on the op mode author. In this case, Gamepad EX1 and Gamepad EX2 are both defaultly included, because there's always going to be two gamepads to work with. This could also work with a logging class that doesn't work on a individual instance level, and instead works across all subsystems, or some kind of IMU class if the team was using that heavily. These subsystems can be created and included by default to prevent the need to worry about op mode authors including them, and so their access is automatically granted. The contents of the provided sample project. The files included in this sample project are a mix of utility files currently in use in our own code, and code that is similar to ours, but cut down for the sake of brevity and clarity, and all of it is better commented in general. The core focus is on teaching about the robot hardware class, the custom op mode wrapper abstract class, and the demonstration subsystem classes, demo subsystem 1 and demo subsystem 2. so the other classes are not commented as of now. The demo op mode class is also commented, but it's generally very low in terms of how much a team would need to look at it. The robot hardware class is the backbone of this structural method. It allows the author to work with simply adding new subsystem methods and enum values in a few key places to allow full access to each class's full functionality. Its commenting is very heavy, and it guides the team through what each part of it does. It's one of the most essential parts of the project for the programmer trying to implement this to understand, and if they're struggling, I highly recommend checking out both the robot hardware sample classes provided in the FTC SDK and learning more about constructors and objects in Java. Teams that have not done these things, or something similar, have most likely not reached the level of skill required to work with this structure, and will have a great deal of trouble troubleshooting errors that pop up. The robot hardware class is constructed as singleton, which means that it can be accessed both by the wrapper and by the code that teams write when they extend from the wrapper. And it allows a method similar to the hardwaremap.get method used by teams to grab hardware objects in order to access each of the subsystems and to ensure that they've been properly initialized. It's probably the largest file in the collection, and also one of the most complex. Its understanding is very key to the whole concept of the project. The custom op mode wrapper class, in comparison, is very simple. It doesn't really need to be changed by teams unless they're implementing more niche methods that need to be called at different times. And instead, teams should probably focus on updating the contents of the system's start loop update method and the system's end loop update method in the robot hardware class for most of their own subsystem additions. Teams who write op mode, after writing this into their project, teams will start needing to extend from this class as opposed to the op mode method. Custom op mode wrapper class is fairly simple to understand once a team has a decent level of understanding of these parts of how Java works. The demo subsystem classes. Both of these classes are identical. Usually it would be best to create two instances of the same object, but in this case I wish to demonstrate having different subsystem objects. Both show a simple P control loop, which is included in the update loops of the wrapper, and allows the author of an op mode to map driver inputs to the changing of a set point. The control methods contain a simple and offer only one mode of control, but show how easy it would be for a team to expand on the framework, and how easy it would be for teams to add extra methods of control to their own subsystems. The demo op mode. The demo op mode shows how to implement driver control over each of the subsystems and how to enable the subsystem that a team wants. It shows how easy it is to do so and the methods that are required. And it shows how a large degree of functionality already built into the op mode means that there's very little work for the author to do, and new op modes can be written in a very short time frame, ready for a team to work with and experiment with. The logging class. The logging class is included to create CSV files on the RevHub, comma-separated value files, in order to organize data that a user wishes to track to tables of data, easily able to be imported into any common spreadsheet program. This proves very useful for checking against changes in different values in the code over time and troubleshooting different subsystems by being able to look at any data point at any time that a team member wishes. It's not a core focus of the project, so it isn't currently commented. However, feel free to check it out and take inspiration from it if you wish to include something yourself. Gamepad EX. This is a collection of classes that aims to enable stronger control of the driver and operator inputs to enable the writing of cleaner code with handling different types of input and debouncing on user input. It's fairly similar to how the gamepad option, the Xbox controller objects and similar objects work in FRC. And it's also not a core focus of the project, but also feel free to check it out if you're interested in implementing something similar in your own projects. I believe now is time for any Q&A we've got. Thank you very much. If you'd like to check out the project, there's a link or the QR code. And if you've got any questions or having troubles with any of it, feel free to contact me through Discord. I'm available in the FTC Discord. Yeah. Thank you very much for listening. Enjoy the rest of the presentations.
That brings us to the end of the 4th annual WorldShop FTC Conference. I hope you all learned something new by listening to the perspectives and experiences of teams from all across the world. A huge thanks to our presenters. And once again, I'd like to extend a special thanks to First Updates Now for hosting us here on Twitch. We have recorded the entire conference and will be making it available on the Revamped Robotics YouTube channel at youtube.com/revampedrobotics. Thank you everyone for joining us and have a wonderful rest of the day.